Jaya Nrsimhade, Jaya Nrsimhade, Jaya Nrsimhade, Jaya Nrsimhade. Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, oh Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Shri Nrsimha Bhagavan ki, Bhakta Prahlad Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So thank you everyone for coming to Bhaktivedanta Manor today. It's nice to see all the smiling faces and nice to see the enthusiasm in the kirtan. So just a couple of announcements. So this is the month of Kartik. It's a very special month of Damodar. As you see on the altar in the middle and the front, you see Mother Yashoda and child Krishna. So every day we are singing Damodarashtakam prayers and we're offering candles. So 4:20 again we'll be doing that, and 7 o'clock again. Now this Kartik month is very special because any spiritual activity performed during this month, you get 1,000 times the benefit. So this Kartik month continues until the 8th of November. So you've got a week left, just over a week, so make the most of it. Chant more, serve more, read more, help others, come to the temple, enrich your spiritual bank balance. So our Bhaja Govinda Das Prabhu, he is going to be giving a little talk on Bhagavad Gita here. So if you have time, please hear Bhagavad Gita and the messages of Bhagavad Gita and try to implement them in your life, and then you'll be happy and you'll be peaceful and you'll be successful. There's plenty of prasadam, there's no rush. There's a big queue there already, but we'll be serving for a long time. So some food for the belly is over there. Now food for thought is over here. So thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. That's it. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Take the harmonium up. Hare Krishna, we need space here because I'm giving katha here. Thank you.
If he does say that, then you have to say hi. Okay, you're playing. Doing the same? I know. It's the first time this has happened.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Jaya Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Giri Vardhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Madhava Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Shri Radhe. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Shri Shri Radha Madhav ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you, Nika Prabhu. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. If you repeat after me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you for everyone who's staying and those who are leaving. I kindly request you to come back and support me. This is my first time doing a class on Sunday, so it would be nice to just get everybody sitting down and, encouraging me in this. So thank you to everyone who's sitting down. So I have a question for you all first. What do you guys think of when we say the word protection? Who do you think of? Let's start with you. Who do you think of when we say the word protection? Who comes to mind? Parents, mum and dad. Anybody else agree? Put your hand up. Okay. Anybody else? Any other thoughts? Prabhu? What do you think of the word? Who do you think of when we say the word protection?
What do we think of?
So parents. Krishna. Okay, we've got a devotee here. Okay, anybody else? Your children. Your children protecting you or you protecting the children? Okay. Yeah, so we think of all these things like parents, grandparents, police, doctors, no? Like when we have some sort of health issues, we think of doctors, that the doctors will protect us and help us. If we're troubled by some people, some bad people, we think of, okay, the police will protect us. Oftentimes we think, oh, like I need food, I'm hungry. We think money will protect us. But which of these things will protect us in all circumstances, in all places, at all time? Can your parents protect you at every single moment of your life? Krishna protects us. Krishna conscious. So the parents can't protect us, the doctors can't protect us, the police can't protect us. All these things that we think of in the material world, they can't protect us when we need it most. They can't protect us in all circumstances, right? The child thinks that the parents will protect. The parents think that at the time of danger, the police will protect. The police think that, okay, we need the help of doctors to help us protect the citizens. The doctors think, oh, we need medication, we need technology, we need all these things to help protect, And then the poor people thinks, okay, well, we need all this stuff, we need all this technology, we need all these medicines, we need money to get all these things. So maybe money will help protect us. But then we ask the rich person, does your money help protect you? No. We can turn to the Queen who recently passed away. Royal family. But when the time came, when old age hit, did anything, any of her resources, any of the contacts she had, any of them, were they able to protect her? So that's where we come to what Prabhu said. So what was the name, Prabhu? That's when Ramesh mentioned Krishna protects us at the end of the day, right? He is that person that says that he is the medicinal science, right? He came as the Dhanvantari. He gave us medicine science. Without him coming, then there was no medicine for us even to think of, Ayurvedic medicine or even modern medicine. He calls himself Pitaham asya jagato mata dhata pitamaha. Right? He says that he is the ultimate father. He is the mother. He is the support. And he is the grandsire, right? The grandparents. Do you believe Ramesh when he says that Krishna will protect? Do you believe me when I say Krishna will protect us? Yes. Mataji is nodding her head fervently. So why do you believe that? So what if I say that devotees also leave their body? Isn't Krishna protecting them? So do you have... So she's saying that you don't need protection from death because? Because we're the soul. The soul lives on, because the soul lives on. And we disagree with that. So all of us here believe in the soul. All of us here believe that we're not this body, we're a spirit soul. So what's our duty as a spirit soul?
To be a servant of Krishna.
To be a servant of Krishna. What does it mean to be a servant of Krishna?
Obey him. You have to obey him.
We have to obey him. We have to obey him. That's nice. That's nice. That's good. Krishna consciousness, the spirituality that we have, is meant to be doing that, right? It's meant to challenge our thought process, not so that we just mindlessly come to a temple on Sunday, attend the arati, look at the deities, and then go home and back to, everyday life. The idea of spirituality is that we should be integrating our life with our spiritual side. Oftentimes, especially us from an Indian background, a Hindu background, we'll pray in the morning. We'll have an altar at home, 5-10 minutes in the morning. The family gets together. Although nowadays it's getting less and less, but we try 5-10 minutes every day. Just sit in front of the temple altar and just do some arati, maybe sing a bhajan or something like that. But then, if we look at the rest of our day, how much is Krishna involved in the rest of our day? Do you think of Krishna when you're working? Do you think of Krishna when you're speaking to somebody? Do you think of Krishna when you're going to sleep? Or when you're showering? Or do we think of the TV serial that we watched last night and how you can't wait for the next episode? Or do we think of the young ones that we can't wait to see our friend to play with? Or the video game that your papa wouldn't let you play because you spent too much time on the phone already? Or do we think of the troubles at home, family life, and all these things? But we see, all of us are gathered here because we come to the temple believing and trusting and having faith that Krishna is there. Krishna will protect us, but do we know what it means to be protected by Krishna? Do we know what our duty is in order for Krishna to protect us? And we might know our duty, but do we know what Krishna and how Krishna protects us? So, one thing that my spiritual master always tells me is to mine the jewels from the scriptures. He's always talking about the scriptures. They hold valuable gems, they hold diamonds, our scriptures. When I say scriptures, I talk about the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Puranas, and all these scriptures that we have in our culture. Nowadays, who reads them? And who has the energy, we say that we don't have time to read them, Or they're too difficult to read. But when we come to the temple, when we look at Srila Prabhupada, when we look at the books that are outside just in the reception, we can see that Srila Prabhupada has given us so many books, so many resources to help us understand these scriptures in a way that we can apply them to our life so that we can actually bring Krishna into all of our life, every area. So I request everyone's permission and help so that we can mine these jewels of the scriptures together, right? Would you like to mine them? Anybody? Do you like to mine jewels? Or do you only like playing the games of mining jewels? Or is that too old school? It's too old school. It's too old school. It's our era, isn't it? Mining jewels, games. Okay. So since this is meant to be a Bhagavad Gita class, I think that although many scriptures give examples for this, I think we'll stick to the Bhagavad Gita and the theme of the Bhagavad Gita. So can anybody tell me what is the theme of the Bhagavad Gita? Like where is it placed? What's the context behind it? Anybody? Somebody who hasn't spoken yet. On a battlefield. Do you know the name of the battlefield? Kurukshetra. And what's the great epic, our scripture called, that's related to the war? Mahabharata. How many of us have heard of the Mahabharata before? Ah, quite a few people. That's amazing. So let's start off with, even you? Parents are doing a good job at making sure you're aware of the culture. That's good. So let's go back before the Mahabharata even started, right? In the Srimad Bhagavatam, we hear of a story where Krishna sends Akrura to Kunti Devi, to the Pandavas, basically sends them to the kingdom just to check what's going on with the affairs, you know. At this point, the Pandavas are relatively grown up, and as most of us know, especially if we've known or read or seen the Mahabharata, you know, the TV serial back in the 80s, 90s, whatever it is, we know that we know that the Kauravas are constantly harassing the Pandavas, right? You know, trying to hurt them, trying to kill them. Why? Because they want the kingdom. So Krishna sends Akrura to the Pandavas just to find out, okay, what's the state of the affairs? How are things going? What's Dhritarashtra doing? What are their cousins doing? You know, is everything still fine? You know, is everything fine, or is everything still a mess? So Kunti Devi is speaking to Akrura, and you know, in the conversation, just starts inquiring about them, right? Isn't that what we do when we go and meet somebody? We start asking them questions about, oh, how are you? How's your family? How's your village? You know, everybody else that you know, where they're from. And in doing so, Kunti Devi starts remembering Krishna, and it's as if she's speaking directly to Krishna. She starts by saying, Krishna, Krishna Mahayogin, Vishvatam Vishvabhavana, Prapannam Pahi Govinda, Shishubhish Chavisiddhatim. In English, unless everybody knows Sanskrit here. I don't, so I would read English as well. Krishna, Krishna, O great yogi, O supreme soul and protector of the universe, O Govinda, please protect me who have surrendered to you. I and my sons are being overwhelmed by trouble. So this is in the middle of a conversation with Akrura. She's talking about Krishna and she's going, please protect me and my sons. Who are the sons of Kunti Devi? Anybody? Who are the sons of Kunti Devi?
Who are the sons?
Arjuna, Bhim, Nakul Sahadev. One more. Yudhishthir. Yes, and Karna. Who are these great souls? Are they just ordinary, you know, human children? Or who are the parents?
Bhima's parent was wind.
Vayudev.
Vayudev, and Arjun's father was Lord Indra.
Indra.
Nakul Sahadev, I forgot. And Karna's his son.
Son. What about Yudhishthira Maharaj?
And Nakul Sahadev, I forgot.
Okay, anybody know Yudhishthira Maharaj's father? Yamaraj. So here we have, now just think about this for a second, right? Here we have Krishna on one side, then we have the Pandavas, right? And the Pandavas' mother, Kunti Devi. Now we just established, by Prabhu's help, that the children of Kunti Devi are the sons of gods, right? Indra's son, Vayudev's son, Yudhishthira Maharaj is, oh my gosh, I already forgot. Yamaraj's son, right? These great, powerful gods' sons, their mother is seeking Krishna's help. Isn't that baffling? We've got the sons of gods, instead of going to their father for help and protection, they're going to Krishna. Why is that? In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that he is the source and the strength of everything and everyone, including these gods and demigods. We say that, oftentimes Hinduism is misconceived as, oh, there's 3.3 million gods, And our whole mota will have at least 20, different deities. Krishna, Durga Ma, Bhavani Ma, Shiva, all these Ganesh, all these, gods that we have. But when we go to the scriptures, we can understand, okay, how do all these gods fit in? And we can understand from the Bhagavad Gita, from the Bhagavatam, all these Puranas as well, and the Vedas, that actually there's one supreme God that all these gods get their power from, get all these sources from. It's described, Prabhupada especially uses the analogy of a tree, right? Or a plant. We have all these different branches, but the source of the energy comes from watering the roots. And those roots are Krishna. Krishna is the source, is the power behind all these. So here we have Kunti Devi and her sons, who are the sons of demigods, going to Krishna and saying, please protect me. Because she understands. Who is Krishna? Krishna is the source of our strength. Krishna is the source of our existence, right? When we look at Krishna on the altar, what do we say? Do we recognize him as Krishna, the origin of everything? Do we recognize him as Om Purnam Adapurnam, right? Perfectly complete. Do we recognize him as Ishvara Parama Krishna, right? Who's the supreme personality of Godhead? The supreme of the supreme. Do we recognize him for that? Or do we just go, Radha Krishna, Radha Gokulananda, please bring us peace, prosperity, happiness, a 52-inch TV, that Mercedes car, that big bungalow that I saw on the way here. What do we actually worship? How do we actually speak to Krishna? And Krishna reciprocates with Kunti Devi, right? We know from the story of Mahabharata that any time the Pandavas were in trouble, they were somehow saved. Whether that was the house being burnt down, they're sent to the forest, Krishna is always with them. Krishna is always helping them, protecting them, right? When did Krishna leave Pandava's side? Physically, he might not be there, but he's always sent help, right? Where's a good example of this with the reputation of a female being questioned? Mataji? Draupadi, anyone? What happened with Draupadi? Just simple. That's okay. Right, so she was attempted to be disrobed. The Kauravas just thought that it was a good idea to try and defame Draupadi, right? Just for their own enjoyment. But what happened there? Krishna. But what happened before Krishna came into the story? We always go, oh yeah, Krishna came, and that's it. She prayed. Right, she asked the help from everybody present. Who was present there? Her husbands were present. Bhishma Dev was present. Dronacharya was present. Dhritarashtra, the father of the sons who were trying to disrobe. Can you imagine? The father is present and the sons are allowed to defame somebody. We wouldn't allow it, right? And yet this was happening. But she didn't give up hope. She went to every single person in the assembly hall to try and go, please protect me, help me, save me, right? In the meantime, trying to, protect herself from being disrobed. Nobody helped her. It's not that they couldn't. Bhishma Dev was there. He was strong enough to just hold off the whole Kaurava army if he had to. He had that strength. He was undefeatable, but he still let it happen. There's a different story there. If you're interested, we can speak afterwards. But the idea here is that whoever she went to, nobody was able to help her. Or they didn't help her, or they couldn't. But ultimately, she turned to Krishna. And it's not that she was holding her sari and going, Krishna, help, save me, save me. No, what did she do? She let go. She was like, okay, Whatever happens, happens. I put my full faith in Krishna. You do whatever you want, Krishna. I'm fully trusting and having my faith in you. If I'm going to be disrobed, if I'm going to be defamed, let it happen. I'm still yours. But if you want to protect my chastity, then save me. You save me. I'm not going to do anything. I'm letting go of the sari. You save me. So, what happens when things go wrong in our life? What do? We pray. But do we pray with both hands up? Or do we pray with, okay, Krishna, you do sort it out, but I'm going to try a bit of my own way as well? That's what we do, right? When calamities come, we go, there's karma, but Krishna can remove karma, right?
No, when you pray, you don't just demand on it. You're doing it. Okay, you're creating a faith.
Yeah, Prabhu's saying that when we're praying, we're not demanding anything, we're just putting our faith in Krishna, which is perfectly right. But after those 5 minutes of prayer, when we start thinking about the problem, what do we end up doing? We start trying to solve it and trying to find our own way. It's not that we shouldn't think, by the way. I'm not saying we don't use our intelligence. But the idea is that we should trust that whatever's going to happen, Krishna's making it happen for whatever reason. Maybe it's karma, maybe Krishna's trying to teach us something, maybe Krishna's trying to pull us closer, you know? All of us sitting here that are still sitting here are listening to me blabber on because you're interested in Krishna, not because you're interested in me. You're interested in Krishna and you want to develop your faith in Krishna, is it not? You want to understand, how can I develop more faith in Krishna? How can I get rid of my anxieties? How can I let Krishna deal with the anxieties? So we pray for 5 minutes and then we try and do something about our situation, forgetting Krishna whilst we're doing it. But we see these great souls. We see Draupadi. Whilst she's trying to do something, right? Nothing's happening. So she realizes, okay, that's it. You know, Krishna is my only source of protection. And it's not that she's calling out to Krishna and then, hold on, let me pull the sari. She's literally just let go and let it happen. Whatever happens, happens. And what does Krishna do? Supplies an unlimited amount of sari. So much so that these big bodybuilder Kauravas, they're tired and the sari is still not out. Right? So that's Draupadi. Now, this is actually Krishna's way of protection. Right? This is one example of Krishna's protection. In Bhagavad Gita it is mentioned, Paritaranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. A lot of us will probably know this verse from the TV serial back in the 80s or 90s. Does anybody remember the year? Just out of interest. I don't know. The 80s?
The serial of
B.R. Chopra's. Okay. So what is Krishna saying here? Krishna is saying that he comes to protect his devotees and annihilate the demons, right? And that's important because his whole role for the devotees is to come and protect us. But it's not that, oh, you know, that's Krishna's job, I don't have to do anything. We have our own role to play, right? In any relationship, whether it's parent-child, two friends, you know, colleagues, we all have our part to play and they have their part to play. So Krishna's part is to protect us. But how much he protects us depends on whether we act in our relationship properly. If we move forward in the Mahabharata, right, then we see, okay, we start seeing what is actually happening. Why is the war starting to come out, right? The Kauravas are constantly harassing the Pandavas. And then there comes a point that, okay, war is inevitable. And what happens there? Arjuna and Duryodhana go to Krishna because, oh, Krishna's a cousin of both. And he has an epic army, you know? An army that has defeated many, many, many great armies. So Krishna's just setting the scene. So Krishna's just on his bed, resting, you know, he's sleeping. And then Arjuna comes and Duryodhana come. And they're like, Duryodhana, we know his personality is like very crooked. So he's like, even though I came late, I'm going to be the first one. I'm going to stand right by his face. You know, so as soon as he opens his eyes, oh, Duryodhana, you know, what can I do for you? And there's Arjun who's standing by his feet because he's like, I know, my place is by Krishna's feet. So anyway, so they're trying to see, okay, will Krishna fight for us? Will Krishna give us his army? Will Krishna fight on our side? But what does Krishna say? He says that, look, you both are my cousins, right? If I take one side, then the other side's going to be unhappy. If I take the other side, this side's going to be unhappy. So what I've decided is, I'm going to fight you both. No. He goes, I'm going to give my army to one side, and I'll be on the other side, but the caveat is, I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to pick up weapons. Both Duryodhana and Arjuna know that he's strong, he's like the strongest of the strong. So if he were to fight on their side, they knew victory was guaranteed. Krishna alone can defeat all the members of the Kaurava army or of the Pandava army. But he handicapped himself because he knew that he could do that. So now here's Duryodhana, here's Arjuna. They're thinking, okay, well, who do we have? Do we take Krishna, the strength of the strong, but without his strength because he's refused to fight? Or do we take his army that can give us military strength? Duryodhana's thinking, oh, okay, I will take the strength, I want the army. So he's trying to fight first. No, I came first. You saw me first. Look at me first. Let me pick first. But Krishna says, no, Arjuna, you were by my feet. You come. And Arjuna, Duryodhana's thinking that Arjuna's going to ask for the army. Damn it, man. Everything's ruined. He's going to get the army. I'm just going to get a person, who's not even going to fight. Like, what use is he to me? But Arjuna asks for Krishna. He says, I don't care about the army. I just want you by my side. I don't care if you're not going to pick up arms. I just want you to be with me. Duryodhana's chuffed. You chose Krishna, who's not even going to fight, and you gave me the army. Now, I don't remember the numbers, but when the Mahabharata war starts, the army that the Pandavas had was minuscule compared to the army of the Kauravas in numbers, right? Now, logic has it, if there's 2 people fighting versus 200, now the 200 should win. Right? That's normal material logic, 200 is bigger than 2. If they're of equal strength, then 200 wins. But on this side, there was Krishna. And on the other side was Krishna's army. And we all know how the Mahabharata war ends, right? We know that the Kauravas miraculously got defeated. So why would Arjuna pick Krishna?
For guidance.
Sorry?
For guidance.
For guidance? For guidance, okay. But is guidance alone going to win wars?
For guidance and grace.
And?
And grace.
Grace. Grace, okay. Anybody else? Faith. He picked Krishna over faith. Sorry? Omnipotent, but he's omnipotent, but he's handicapped himself. He's not going to fight. What use is his omnipotency? Still is? Okay. Sorry, I heard somebody say. Show the right path, so guidance again. So over an army of, hundreds of thousands of warriors that can fight, pick up arms, how many of us are actually going to pick somebody who's just going to give us guidance? I'm not putting my hand up for that. I'm going to pick the army. 9 out of 10, I'm going to pick the army. Unless I've heard the story of the Mahabharata before, then I'll be like, okay, if the person's Krishna, I'll pick Krishna. Let's reflect on our life. How many of us come and serve Krishna or read about Krishna or associate with devotees who are interested in Krishna versus go to the cinema, versus go to the restaurant, versus I don't have time to come to the temple, I have so much to do. I need to go meet my friends. I need to go do this. I need to do that. You know? If we apply what this story is between Duryodhana and Krishna and Arjuna, we realize that actually we've got the Duryodhana mentality within us. Instead of choosing Krishna, instead of choosing, okay, let me pick Krishna over this game, over this movie, over this TV serial, we're actually picking Krishna's army. I mean, all of this is Krishna's, right? Somebody already mentioned that, you know, Krishna is the source, omnipotent, all these things. All of this that we have belongs to Krishna, but we're picking Krishna's things over Krishna. And then we come to him and go, protect me, save me. But when Duryodhana did the same, he wanted the army, he got the army. But the one who had Krishna is the one who won. And we can see that Duryodhana didn't understand this, whereas Arjuna understood the last verse of the Bhagavad Gita even before it was spoken. The last verse goes, Yatra Yogeshvara Krishna, Yatra Partho Dhanardhara, Tatra Shri Vijayo Bhutir Dhruva Nitri Matir Mama. This is Sanjaya speaking to Dhritarashtra, the very last verses. He's saying, wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion. So, okay, Arjuna's a great warrior, but we're not great warriors, are we? Like, we're fighting our own battles, but it's not like fighting a war. In some way, you can say it's quite similar, but we have our own different battles. But we can see that what was behind Arjuna's mood is more important than Arjuna being an archer. What was behind the mood is that Arjuna was a devotee. He had full faith in Krishna. Even on the battlefield, like, there are so many times, you know, through the guidance of Krishna that Arjuna got protected. There's the fight with Karna, where Karna was about to shoot an arrow and it would have chopped Krishna, well, hit Krishna's neck or chest or something. But what does Krishna do? He goes, okay, I need to protect my devotee. Puts his foot onto the chariot, pushes the chariot down, and what happens? The arrow goes and stings his helmet off. Saved by Krishna. Not by Krishna's army, but by Krishna. Then we have the battle with Bhishma Dev, right? Krishna had said that he won't pick up arms. He had promised that he's not going to pick up arms. But when he saw that Arjuna was reluctant to full-heartedly fight Bhishma Dev. Now, we know the relationship between Arjuna and Bhishma, right? Arjuna is the grandson of Bhishma Dev. They call him grandsire of Bhishma. Family, a great person. Arjuna looked up to him. You know? Now, naturally, if we're fighting our own relatives, we're thinking, okay, I don't really want to fight, you know, I don't want to hurt them, like, they did so much for me. You know, in a fit of anger, we might go and hurt our, like, say bad words to our parents, to our grandparents and so on, but afterwards, like, they're my parents, I shouldn't have done that. You know, and here is here is Arjuna with Bhishma Dev, consciously going, not because he's angry at Bhishma Dev, but because he's in a war. He's having to fight his grandfather. He's having to fight a war where he'd kill his grandfather or get killed. Now, naturally, that's going to affect us, right? We're not going to fight with our full potency. We're going to just, like, defend ourselves, pretend like we're, like, trying to hurt them, but, you know, deep down we know we're not. Our heart's not in the fight. Krishna sees this, but sees also that Bhishma Dev, because he is so duty-bound, was ready to kill Arjuna. He was not holding back. He was ready to give his all to kill Arjuna. But Arjuna was almost stunned. It's like he didn't want to retaliate, he didn't want to do anything. Because it was like, it's my grandfather. He's the one that raised me. He's the one that taught me all of the things. How can I use the things that he's taught me to kill him in the end? Krishna, who promised to never pick up arms in the fight, gets off the chariot as a charioteer. That's a different story in itself. How is God a charioteer? How is he, like, taking beatings from he's a driver of the chariot. How is he taking beatings from a charioteer? For those of us who don't know, especially in a war, but the way a chariot driver and a charioteer communicate is not by words, it's too noisy. The charioteer is actually kicking the driver to go, turn left, hit the left part, turn right, hit the right side. You know? So Arjuna is actually kicking Krishna in the middle of the battlefield because if he speaks, Krishna is not going to be able to hear him. So in order to communicate, how do you want me to go, where you want me to go, how, slow down, speed up, all this is done through physical contact. You know? So here is Arjuna kicking and hurting Krishna, who's God, that we worship on the altar. Arjuna as a devotee is kicking him. Anyway, I forgot my original point. But yeah, the point here is that we can see in the battle with Bhishma Dev, Krishna, who said he would not pick up arms, who is just a chariot driver, he got off his chariot, found a broken wheel, a chariot wheel, you know, because it's a war, so things break and everything else. So he found a wheel and started charging at Bhishma Dev. He was like, "You're not killing Arjuna. I'm killing you before you kill Arjuna. You're not allowed to kill Arjuna." You know? He was there to protect Arjuna. He took up arms when he promised he wouldn't, so he broke his promise to save and protect his devotee. Who is willing to break their vows to protect somebody else? Well, now we might say we'll do that. But nowadays also we say that I'm going to promise to do X, Y, Z to every other person we meet, but we break it the next day anyway. We don't really fulfill them, right? How many times, you know, you don't have to put your hand up, but how many times have we been in relationships and said, "Oh, I promised this, I promised that, I promised this, I promised that," and then 2 years later you're like broken up and everything else, you know, moved on, right? In those days, when they promised something, they stuck to it like a rock. And oftentimes their promises were usually, "I'll take my life if I don't fulfill this promise." That was the Kshatriya code, right? If you didn't fulfill a promise, you took your life. So here's Krishna who broke his promise. I mean, I don't know what he promised in return, but he promised that he'd basically not pick up arms, but he picked up his arms just to protect his devotee. He would break his vows to protect a devotee. And equally, he would go to any extent to protect your vows. We know from the Mahabharata war as well, Abhimanyu, who is the son of Arjuna, was killed very deceitfully. And Jayadratha was the one who basically gave the final blow, basically did the final thing to kill Abhimanyu. Arjuna found out and he's like, "Okay, the next day, I promise," you know, he took a vow. He's going to end his life by entering fire if he doesn't kill Jayadratha. Kauravas find out, what do? They're like, Arjuna, one of the strongest warriors in the Pandava army, will give up his life if he can't kill Jayadratha. Fine, you know. Let's keep Jayadratha right at the back, let's protect him, let's have the whole army protect him. The whole day goes by and, you know, all Krishna and Arjuna are doing is just going from one end to try to get to the back of the battlefield just to try and kill Jayadratha and fulfill that vow. But they're struggling. They're like, all the army is just coming to try and stop Arjuna. They don't care about the rest of the Pandava army because they know if Arjuna dies, victory is almost guaranteed. Strongest warrior from the Pandavas army. If he's gone, then quite simple, no? Krishna does something amazing, though. It seems as if the sun is set. Another moral code of war in the olden days is that war would only exist between sunrise and sunset. As soon as the sun sets, then you stop the war for the day. And if you're friends, you can go to each other's camp, no arms, and just speak to them, enjoy dinner together or whatever, you know, have a feast. But then as soon as sun rises again the next day, your opponents again. So here the sun is about to set. So Arjuna is like, oh my gosh, I haven't managed to kill Jayadratha. I'm going to have to enter the fire. So he's preparing the pyre. He's preparing himself to die. He's even getting an arrow ready to light the fire and everything else. And then Krishna goes, don't shoot the arrow at the wood. Shoot it at Jayadratha. Because at this point, Jayadratha's come out. He's like, it's sunset. He's dancing, he's laughing. He's like, Arjuna, you're going to go into the fire. I'm surviving. But what does Krishna do? He goes, supposedly, break the moral code and kill Jayadratha. He's right here. You fulfill your vow if you kill him. But Arjuna's like, no, how? It's sunset. Krishna's like, just trust me, just trust me. Arjuna's like, I'm a devotee. Krishna's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I'll put my trust in him, He trusts Krishna, shoots the arrow. Jayadratha's dead. And all the Kauravas are going, you just broke moral conduct. Arjun's lamenting as well, like, it's sunset and I killed him, like, I still have to enter the fire. But what does Krishna do? Then the sun came out. Krishna had blocked the sun with his Sudarshan chakra in order for Jayadratha to be killed by Arjuna. Now tell me, Nikko Prabhu, are you going to, in order to protect my vows, are you going to block the sun? You wouldn't know how, right? So Krishna would go to any extent, he'd break his own promises to protect his devotees, and he'd go to any extent to protect the vows of his devotees. Amazing, no? Who does that in this world? The parents can't do that because the parents can't protect us in all circumstances, in all places. The police can't do that because, we've all probably seen the typical movies. They arrive after the crime scene, even if you call before it happens, right? And that's pretty much reality as well, let's be honest. They do great service, don't get me wrong. Doctors can't protect because they feel, we need technology, we don't have the right medicines. The medicines can't protect because as soon as we take medicines, the same medicine, if you both have the same problem, the medicine might work for you, but you might be getting side effects. Money can't protect us because we know that when the time comes, what's money going to do, right? So everything we're chasing after in the world, it's not going to protect us. It's there to be utilized, but it's not there to put our faith in it. Our faith should only be with one person. And that is not me sitting on the Vyasasana, speaking to you. It's the one who's on the altar. It's Krishna. Ishvara Parama Krishna, Satchidananda Vigraha, Anadir Adir Govinda, Sarvakarana Karanam. He's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Right? He's known as Govinda, he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Satchid Ananda Vigraha. He has a eternally full of knowledge, spiritual, blissful body. Right? He has full knowledge, he has full bliss, and he's eternal. If I go to anybody in this world and go, hey, I need help with this, they might be able to help once, twice, 3 times with different things, but you go with the 4th topic and they're like, actually, I don't know anything about this. But we can go to Krishna and Krishna can help us in everything because he is full of knowledge. Nadir Adir Govinda. He's the origin of everything and nothing comes in front of him, meaning there is no superior origin. Everything that we see around us, everything that we interact with, everyone that we interact with, comes from Krishna. Sarvakarana Karanam. He's the cause of all causes. Everything that is going on, from your stomach's rumbling, because you're waiting for prasadam, you're waiting for Bhaja Govindam Das to stop speaking so that you can go on honor prasadam, to you guys sitting here because you're interested in hearing about Krishna, or you getting up and leaving, all of this is because Krishna is the original cause. Why would we have faith in anybody or anything else when Krishna's there? He's right there. You can see him. We might not have the eyes to properly perceive and understand him, but he's right there. So the question I have for all of you is, well, what are we doing in our relationship with Krishna? When Krishna is ready to do all this to protect us, to save us, to help us, what are we doing for Krishna? It's a natural expectation that between parents and children is that, okay, yes, as parents, we're giving endless love, care to the child. But there's an expectation that, they'll reciprocate. In their own way, they'll reciprocate. They'll give back. It's not that we expect them to, buy 20 houses for us or whatever. Maybe we've struggled all our life to just give them a shelter. They'll grow up, they'll study, they'll earn massive income, and they'll give us a big house. And we don't expect it. It's nice when they give it, but we don't expect it, right? But what do we expect? We expect some love. We expect some reciprocation of what we've done for them. And that's not wrong. It's how relationships work. Relationship is a relationship because there's one party, a second party, and the bond in between. It's not just the bond, and nor is it just one party. A relationship is defined by one party, the second party, and the bond between them. So what can we do then? Okay, we're all sitting here. We decided that it was nice to come on, a wet Sunday morning or afternoon now to the temple just to see Krishna, attend the arti. But is that enough? How do we build relationships? We build relationships by regularly keeping in contact. We build relationships by inquiring about, okay, let me find out. Who is this Krishna, this blue form holding a flute? Why is he holding a flute? Which god holds a flute? Gods are usually performing some dance or destroying things or killing demons. I can see Narasimhadev right there in the corner. He's ripping apart a demon. This is what God does, no? But here he's playing a flute. Why has he got a female entity next to him? Are they lovers? Are they girlfriend, boyfriend, their husband, wife? Who are they? Okay, the Radharani, but who is Radharani? What do we know of Radharani other than being Krishna's consort? And some leelas that we might have heard of in our time. Why does he have a peacock feather? Why? Is a pious bird, okay. Any other reasons? No lust? There are many reasons given, but do we even know? Right? So this is something amazing that Srila Prabhupada, who's sitting at the back of the hall, has given us. He's given us, oftentimes we come to the temple and go, okay, darshan, get out, quickly get out, take darshan, take arti, leave. But actually, when we properly want our relationship with Krishna to develop, we realize that actually we know nothing about him. What we know is probably passed down from previous generations, and even they might not know properly who Krishna is or what Krishna has done or how or the demigods worship Krishna, how we should interact with Krishna, what we should do in our relationship with Krishna. Where we get all this from is something that Srila Prabhupada has made readily available for us. Is a process by which we can learn about Krishna. And there's 5 simple steps that we kind of say in ISKCON, right? A, B, C, D, E. Right? The first 5 letters we learn in the alphabet, we're applying now to spiritual life and going, okay, let's use these 5 letters to find out how we can learn about Krishna and develop our relationship. A, association, right? We're all here because we are interested in Krishna Katha. So in order to develop that relation with Krishna, in order for Krishna to be willing to give us the protection, we should associate with those who are interested in that as well. Don't just come on Sundays to the temple. Try and make it for the classes. Try and make it for programs that are taking place. Stay not just for the arti and the prasadam and leave. Stay half a day. When we go to the cinema or whatever, we don't just go for this movie and then come back, we usually go for the movie, then we go to a restaurant, we spend some time with the friends or family or whatever, and then we come back home, right? Why not do the same with Krishna? Spend more time with Krishna and those who are interested in Krishna, and Krishna's family. Another good example is by courses, for example, by School of Bhakti, right? There you can make friends, those who are at the similar sort of stage, interested in the same sort of topic. You can come together and learn about Krishna together and then develop friendship. B, books. Srila Prabhupada has written so many books. Many you can see on display here. If you go to Srila Prabhupada's room upstairs, you'll see that there's cabinets full of Srila Prabhupada's books. It's not that he's written them for the sake of writing. He's written them so that we all can benefit and develop our relationship with Krishna. Whether we're complete beginners, this is the first time we've ever seen a Hare Krishna temple, first time we're seeing Krishna, or maybe we're practicing for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, like many who are pujaris in the pujari room, they're serving for that long, they're in the movement for that long. But Prabhupada's books are relevant for everyone, at all time. There are small books if you don't like reading much. There are big books, and when you're ready, philosophy. If you want, there's leelas, pastimes, stories like we just shared. Books for everyone. C, the biggest and main thing that we see across all religious institutions is chanting. Whether you're Christian, whether you're Muslim, whether you're Judaist, Buddhist, anything, you will see that there's a common thread, and that is chanting. What do we chant? We chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. A very simple mantra. Chant. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 round a day. Then when you start getting into it, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. Prabhupada wanted all of his followers, those who are sincere followers, to chant a minimum of 16. Minimum 16. That takes about 2 hours, mind you. And it's not that I'm a monk. I mean, if you see, I came from the outside. If you came in the morning, you would have seen me come from the outside. I live not at the temple, I live outside. I have a job, I have a family. And so many devotees, we can just walk around and speak to any devotee, and they're all family people, many of them. So we might say, oh, I don't have time, but you can ask us, how do we make time for Krishna? Because the thing is that it's not that we're too busy for Krishna. It's that we're not prioritizing Krishna. Krishna has given us chanting, which is a very simple method, right? It doesn't require us to be big scholars to read books. It doesn't require us to have a good, healthy body to sweep the temple room floor, Whether you're young, you're old, diseased, sick, disabled, doesn't matter. All you need to be able to do is chant. And if you can't move your tongue either, I know one devotee who passed away maybe a couple of months ago. I think he had cancer, and I know you know him. But I was hearing how, even though he couldn't speak, you could see the vibration in his throat. He was just constantly chanting, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, right? You could just see his throat move. And even if that's not possible, in the mind, you can always chant. But we always start with the most we can do. We always start with, let's chant properly on beads, on rounds. Because Krishna doesn't look at what we're presenting him, he looks at what we're keeping behind our back. If we can chant on beads, but we're going, Prabhu, Mataji, I'm chanting in the mind, it's okay. But no, you have the facility, you have the tongue, you have the time, you have the mouth, you have the voice box, you have the beads at home or whatever. You can chant on the beads, but you're choosing not to. It's not that you can't, it's that a choice. You've chosen not to chant on beads. A round of the Mahamantra, the Hare Krishna mantra that we just spoke about, takes 10-15 minutes max if it's your first time. But as you get used to it, it takes what, like 10 minutes, 7 minutes, something like that? Comes quite naturally afterwards. So that's C, chanting. D, I won't go to D yet. E is engage. engage in some service, right? Engage in volunteering for the temple. Engage in volunteering for any of the temple arcs, right? School of Bhakti. You could engage in cooking service if you really like cooking. You can engage in the Goshala, very popular with kids. I don't know if you're like legally allowed to just have the kids go volunteer on their own. I'm sure there's an age limit. But whatever interests you, we can engage ourselves in serving Krishna in that way, right? We've got kids here, teenagers. There's Casey Sock, regularly they meet up. They go have fun, but it's with Krishna in the center. They go have fun, they have kirtans, they enjoy time. So maybe you're a teenager who you're interested, school years, university years. Find out if your university or school has Casey Sock or Pandavasena. Just get engaged. Serve. If you're elderly, it's not that you have to come and sweep the floor, no. There's service for everyone. It's just about finding the service. And now D. Oh, I forgot D. I think we don't need to go to D. Right? Who knows D?
Devotee.
Okay, when somebody says devotees. Devotion? Nika Prabhu? Diet, which is why I avoided it, because everybody's hungry. Prasadam is a big thing, right? As soon as I say prasadam now, everybody's like, I'm waiting to leave now. But diet is a big way. What do I mean by diet? I mean, we all cook anyway, right? Or we eat food. The idea is that we can offer that food to Krishna. We can go, Krishna, you've given this food to me, right? Naturally, everything belongs to Krishna. So out of love, when a son goes to a father who just brought chocolate for the son, goes, here's your chocolate. Now, the son has a couple of choices. This son could go, I don't want the chocolate, neglect it. They're not going to do that, let's be honest. Chocolate and children, they're not going to give it up. Or they could go, okay, thank you, Papa, and then just munch it up. And the father will enjoy it. He'll be like, okay, that's nice. He appreciated it, he took it. Or he could do something else. He could go, Papa, you have the first bite. Isn't that so much love? Like, imagine if you're a parent and your son or grandchildren go, hey, you take the first bite. I know you brought it for me, but you take it first, and then I'll take it. Imagine that love that the father will feel. We can do that with Krishna. We can go, okay, it takes 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes. Once we've cooked, just make a plate for Krishna, give it to the altar and go, Krishna, if you know the mantra is great. If you don't, doesn't matter. Krishna, you please eat. Come back after 5, 10, 15 minutes. Krishna would have finished eating, and then you can take the food and then you can eat. But you can eat with the consciousness that, hey, Krishna just ate the food. I mean, it looks the same, but Krishna's potency is different. Krishna works through spiritual potency. So you can enjoy Krishna's prasadam that way. A, B, C, D, E. Association, books, chanting, diet, and engage. I won't keep you much longer, so what we'll do is just end on one final verse. This is something I came across in my reading not too long ago, actually, and I really like it. For those of us who are interested in it, it's in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 10, Chapter 51, verse 57. 10:51, 57. Chiramiha vijanartas tapyamano nutapir avitrisha shad amitro labda shanti kathaschit sharanada samupetas tvatpadam champaratman abhayam ritamashokam pahimapannamisha. So this is a verse by Muchukunda. Muchukunda? Yeah, Muchukunda. So he is a great personality who had helped the demigods win countless wars against demons. I won't go into the pastime, but he's speaking to Krishna directly here. He's saying, for so long I have been pained by troubles in this world and have been burned with lamentation. That's us. We think we're enjoying something, and then 5 minutes later something happens and it's like, My 6 enemies are never satiated, talking about lust, anger, greed, etc. And I can find no peace. What we say we're peaceful, when we say we're peaceful, what it actually means in this world is that absence of happiness. Oh, sorry, absence of distress. We want happiness, right? Absence of distress, because peace is something, in the real sense, peace is something that we should always feel. But when we experience the peace in this world, 5-10 minutes later, 1 day later, the peace gets destroyed. Something happens and it makes us anxious. So that's not real peace. Therefore, O giver of shelter, O Supreme Soul, please protect me. O Lord, in the midst of danger, I have by good fortune approached your lotus feet. We have Krishna's lotus feet right here. We're in the temple. This is exactly us. By good fortune, approached your lotus feet, which are the truth and which thus make one fearless and full and free of sorrow. Just by approaching Krishna's lotus feet, we can become free of sorrow and we can become fearless. Things may go wrong, the building may burn down, but we know Krishna is going to protect us, as Mataji mentioned earlier. We're the soul, we're a spirit soul, we're not this body. In acknowledging that, we should think about how we can help Krishna help and protect us. We should help Krishna fulfill his side of the duty, his side of the relationship, by fulfilling our side of the relationship. And that's by A, B, C, D, E. Association, books, chanting, diet, engage. Nobody will forget the D. And that's how Krishna is the ultimate protector. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you, everyone. I know it's 2:15, but if anybody does have questions or comments, you can approach me afterwards. I would want to hold everyone. Hare Krishna, and thank you all for staying and engaging. And it's very nice. Ramesh Prabhu, sir, what's your name, Prabhu?
His name is Shekhar.
Shekhar Prabhu, Mataji? Manisha Mataji, yes. 3 very engaging personalities. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, thank you. He got sannyas initiated. His new name is Swayam Bhagavan Keshav.
He went to India to see his spiritual master. Now he's there.
He'll come back.
He's in Vrindavan. How long?
Unknown still, because obviously you know the situation.
What is the sannyasa initiative? What is this? I mean, I last time I came, he was. So I went to Vrindavan and then somebody told me when he goes, meet him.
He got
He got Maharaj recently, and then he got sannyasa initiative, which is like.
Oh no, Maharaj is sannyas.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we start calling them Maharaj, it's because they took sannyas.
What's the difference?
So before he was called Sutta Bhagavan, and now he's so there's 4.
chant Hare Krishna softly. Krishna the wordings.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashata Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtata Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radha.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman
Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Gaura Nitai Jaya Gaura Nitai Jaya 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 Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya 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 Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hare Krishna.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama
Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Yeah. Which one is it? Why? Oh, is it the yeah.
Namamishwaram Sachidanandarupam Lasat Kundalam Gopure Brajamanam
Namam Vishwaram Sachi Anandarupam Lasat Kundalam Gokule Brajamanam
Namamishwaram Sachidanandarupam Lasat Kundalam Gopure Brajamanam
Namam Vishwaram Sachi Anandarupam Lasat सत्कुण्डलं गोकुले व्रजमानम् Bhaktivedanta Damodaram Bhaktivedanta Ushvasakam Patire Kanta Kanta Sitagre Damodaram Bhaktivedanta Ushvasakam Patire Kakakanta Swagosam nimajantam akyapayantam Iti trikshvalilabhir anandakunde Swagosam nimajantam akyapayantam Iti trikshvalilabhir anandakunde Swagosam nimajantam akyapayantam Iti trikshvalilabhir anandakunde Swagosam nimajantam akyapayantam Tadiyashita jeshu bhakte jitatva Puna premata samsata vritti bandhe Tadiyasitane subhakte jitatva Puna premata samsata vritti
Varam deva moksham na mokshavadim va nachanyam rineham vareshadapiha
Varam deva moksham nam mokshamadim va nachanyam praneham varisadapiha
Varam deva moksham na mokshavadim va nachanyam rineham vareshadapiha
Varam deva moksham nam mokshamadim va nachanyam praneham varisadapiha
Idam deva purnatha gopalabala sadame manasya virastam kimanya
Idam deva punatha gopalabala sada me manasya visam kimanya
Idam deva purnatha gopalabala sada me manasya virastam kimanya
Idam deva punatha gopalabala sada me manasya vivastam
Idam te mukham bodham atyantanila Idam kundalai snigdha raktascha gopya
Idam te mukham mojam akyantanile Nitam kundale sitaraktascha gopya
Idam te mukham bodham atyantanila Idam kundalai snigdha raktascha gopya
Idam te mukham mojam akyantanile Nitam kundale sitaraktascha gopya
Muhushchumbitam bimbaraktaadaram manasya virastam alam lakshalabha
Muskumbitam bimbaraktasharam me manasya virastam alam
Muhushchumbitam bimbaraktaadaram manasya virastam alam lakshalabha
Muhushchumbitam bimbaraktasharam me manasya virastam alam lakshalabha
Namo Deva Damodar Ananta Vishnu Prasida Prabhu Dukha Jala Vimagna
Namo Deva Damodar Ananta Vishnu Nasida Prabhu Dukha Jala Vimagna
Namo Deva Damodar मोक्षे गृहमस्ति दामोदरः
तथा प्रेम भक्तिं स्वकां विप्रयाच न मोक्षे ग्रहो मेऽस्ति दामोदरेह
तथा प्रेम भक्तिं स्वकमे प्रयाच न मोक्षे गृहमस्ति दामोदरः
तथा प्रेम भक्तिं स्वकां विप्रयाच मोक्षे ग्रहो मेऽस्ति दामोदरेह
नमस्ते स्तुदम्ने श्रूयदीप्तिदम्ने त्वदीयोदराय था विश्वास्यदम्ने
नमस्ते स्तुताम्ने सूर्यदीप्तिदाम्ने त्वदीयोदरायाथा विश्वास्यदाम्ने
नमस्ते स्तुदम्ने श्रूयदीप्तिदम्ने त्वदीयोदराय था विश्वास्यदम्ने
नमस्ते स्तुताम्ने सूर्यदीप्तिदाम्ने त्वदीयोदरायाथा विश्वास्यदाम्ने
नमो राधिकाय त्वदीया प्रियाय नमो अनन्तलीलाय देवाय तोभ्यं
नमो राधिकाय त्वदीयाय नमो अनन्तलीलाय देवाय तुभ्यं
नमो राधिकाय त्वदीया प्रियाय नमो अनन्तलीलाय देवाय तोभ्यं
नमो राधिकाय त्वदीया प्रियाय नमो अनन्तलीलाय देवाय तुभ्यं
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Radha Damodara, Radha Damodara, Radha Damodara, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Radha
Damodara, Radha
Damodara, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Yashoda Damodara, Yashoda Damodara, Yashoda Damodara, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Yashoda Damodara, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai,
Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai.
Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol.
To the Supreme Lord, whose form is the embodiment of eternal existence, knowledge, and bliss, whose sharp-shaped earrings are swinging to and fro, who is beautifully shining in the divine realm of Gokula, who, due to the offense of breaking the pot of yogurt that his mother was churning into butter, and then stealing the butter that was kept hanging from a swing, is quickly running from the wooden grinding mortar, in fear of Mother Yashoda, but who has been caught from behind by her, who ran after him with great speed. To that Supreme Lord, Sri Damodar, I offer my humble obeisances. Seeing the whipping stick in his mother's hand, he is crying and rubbing his eyes again and again with his 2 lotus hands. His eyes are filled with fear, and the necklace of pearls around his neck, which is marked with 3 lines like a conch shell, is shaking because of his quick breathing due to crying. To this Supreme Lord, Sri Damodar, whose belly is bound not with ropes, but with his mother's pure love, I offer my humble obeisances. By such childhood pastimes as this, he is drowning in inhabitants of Gokula in pools of ecstasy, and is revealing to those devotees who are absorbed in knowledge of his supreme majesty and opulence that he is only conquered by devotees whose pure love is imbued with intimacy and is free from all conceptions of awe and reverence. With great love, I again offer my obeisances to Lord Damodar hundreds and hundreds of times. O Lord, although you are able to give all kinds of benedictions, I do not pray to you for the boon of impersonal liberation, nor the highest liberation of eternal life in Vaikuntha, nor any other boon which may be obtained by executing the 9 processes of bhakti. O Lord, I simply wish that this form of yours as Bala Gopala in Vrindavan may ever be manifest in my heart. For what is the use to me of any other boon besides this? O Lord, your lotus face, which is encircled by locks of soft black hair tinged with red, is kissed again and again by Mother Yashoda, and your lips are reddish like the bimba fruit. May this beautiful version of your lotus face be ever manifest in my heart. Thousands and thousands of other benedictions are of no use to me. O Supreme Lord, I offer my obeisances unto you, O Damodar, O Ananta, O Vishnu, O Master. O my Lord, be pleased upon me. By showering your glance of mercy upon me, deliver this poor ignorant fool who is immersed in an ocean of worldly sorrows and become visible to my eyes. O Lord Damodar, just as the 2 sons of Gureva, Manigriva and Nalakuvera were delivered from the curse of Narad and made into great devotees by you in your form as a baby tied with rope to a wooden grinding mortar, in the same way, please give me your own prema bhakti. I only long for this and have no desire for any kind of liberation. O Lord Damodar, I first of all offer my obeisances to the brilliantly effulgent rope which binds your belly. I then offer my obeisances to your belly, which is the abode of the entire universe. I humbly bow down to your most beloved Srimati Radharani, and I offer my obeisances to you, the Supreme Lord, who displays unlimited pastimes. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, श्री गौर निताय की जय, शिला प्रभुपाद की जय। हरे कृष्णा Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama
Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare
जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की जय, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय, श्री गौर निताय की जय, शिला प्रभुपाद की। जय माता जी। हरे कृष्ण।
This time you remember that.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Shri Radha Gokulananda ki
Jai.
Lakshmana Hanuman ki
Jai.
Gaur Nitai.
Jai.
There is a Bhagavad Gita class now at the moment up to 7 o'clock, and then 7 o'clock will be the Aarti. You can all turn towards the speaker, please.
Hare Krishna. So, as mentioned, at 7 o'clock there'll be Aarti. So please do remain tuned for the class. I'm aware that for the last few hours you've all been chanting the holy name, which is good, but alongside with the holy name is also Harikatha. So an opportunity to hear about Krishna, to remember Krishna, and so therefore in that way to experience a high level of happiness. You see, every single one of us are looking for the most ideal relationship. And how else can we find that ideal relationship than to hear about the Supreme Lord? So do please stick around, and I may also ask you some questions, so please do remain attentive. And if you have any questions, also, that would be nice. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivanadha Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivanadari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Jagadguru Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna. Thank you all so much for attending this Bhagavad Gita class. So it'll only take us through 1 hour, and then after that, Guru Arati will happen. So please do try and be attentive. As I was chanting, I was actually thinking, how often do we go through classes? How often do we come to the temple? How often do we chant Krishna's name? How often do we read, but we still miss the point of spiritual life? How often do we associate? How often do we eat prasadam or honor prasadam? How often do we do all these variety of spiritual activities, yet we still miss the point of spiritual life? And as you all know, that we've recently had Govardhan Puja. It's a new year. So how many more new years are we going to go through before we get the point of spiritual life? So please, you're all very fortunate, and try and make the most out of this class. If you have any question that is burning inside of you, please do inquire. As we know from Shastra, things really turned around for Arjuna when he became inquisitive. So inquisitiveness is a positive quality, and if you have any question, please do ask. Otherwise, the tide will turn and I'll be the one asking questions and you'll be answering. Hare Krishna. So we'll start with a short prayer, and then we'll get right through the class. And today there's no particular verse. The class is just about the importance of approaching a spiritual master. So, and I'll let you know in what format that will be broken into. Om Jnana Timandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschajade Shatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Srila Prabhupada ki. So first and foremost, I feel extremely unqualified to be sitting here and talking to you all, especially seeing that I'm quite very young. But nevertheless, this temple has, not just this temple, Srila Prabhupada has, and his disciples have sheltered me, have given me so much, and I feel obliged that in some way, form, to repay back. So therefore, I'm only speaking on behalf of what Srila Prabhupada and his disciples and the devotees and what he's written in his books. So I beg you all for your blessings and forgiveness if I may say anything wrong, for those that are also watching online. Vanchakalpa Tarubhishcha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Anantokoti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Hare Krishna. So I see many new faces. Welcome to the manor. So today's topic is going to be all about the importance of approaching a spiritual master. And the way that I'm going to break this is into 3 parts. The first part is, why do we need a spiritual master? So why do we all need a teacher? If I was to tell you today that I want you to play the piano, how would you feel about that? Nervous. But what if I was to tell you, I want you to play the piano, but I'll give you a teacher that can teach you how to play the piano, how would you feel? Less nervous. Well done. So this is what it is. Why do we need a spiritual teacher? How do we find the spiritual master? Not a spiritual master, but the spiritual master. Because in today's world, you'll meet and you'll come across many wide variety of gurus and teachers. Some may say to you, in my opinion, I think this. In my humble thought, I think this. But you see, the Vedanta is not something opinionated, orientated. It's not about what we think, but it's about repetition. Repeating what we have heard. Thomas Edison said that he tried over 1,000 times to invent the light bulb. So now do we go and try to reinvent the same thing? No, we just use the light. So therefore, if there is a formula in order to perfect our life, in order to become closer to Krishna, in order to be able to establish and develop a relationship with Guru, why would you want to reinvent the wheel? Insanity is doing the same thing again and again and again, but expecting a different result. You don't reinvent the wheel, but rather you follow what's already been given to you. Actually, there is quite a few things that we don't have for granted in this day and age. What is one of them? Shortness of lifespan. Hundreds of years ago, it wasn't a miracle if you survived till you're 100 years. Now it's miraculous. The life expectancy, they say it's 100, but actually you cut that by half, it's only 50. Most people pass away at the age of 50 or just about 50, 60. So therefore, one thing that we don't have on our side is time. Time to figure it out. Time to know what spiritual life is about. Time to know how to develop a relationship with Krishna. No. Srila Prabhupada has given to us all that formula through his books, through his devotees that sort of present for these sort of classes. And all that we must simply learn to do is listen. Shravanam, kirtanam. Listen, apply, and repeat. In today's world, I say that we are drowning in information and we're seeking for wisdom. But that wisdom can actually be figured out through application. So why is it important to have a spiritual master? How do we find the spiritual master? And what is the result? What is the result? Every single one of us are result orientated. That's why for most people it's very difficult to take on spiritual life. Why? Because we're always seeking for result. I'm chanting for so and so amount of years. I'm reading all of Srila Prabhupada's books. I'm associating every single day. I'm having prasadam, but yet I feel no difference. But you have to realize that that difference that you're trying to take a glimpse of is something that is rooting down below. Spiritual life works. Finding a spiritual master and listening to the instruction of a spiritual master works. Because you realize that actually your character has transformed. The things that you used to enjoy doing, the things that you were addicted to, the bad habits that you had, suddenly you no longer have taste for that. Suddenly you're developing a higher taste. Unfortunately, in our position and situation, the reality is that we have a high expectation, and so therefore we naturally become very sort of dissatisfied in our spiritual life because we're not experiencing what we think we should be experiencing. And that is problematic. That is the dilemma. Spiritual life works. Finding a spiritual teacher, someone to take, someone whose instruction you can take, someone whose guidance you can take, works. So these are the three things we're going to talk about. Are you all paying attention so far? Are you all asleep? So before I continue the class, I always like to give this disclaimer. Two disclaimers. One of them is actually when you sit in a format like this, but you're very passive, you're just listening, and your mind is wandering elsewhere, you only retain 5% of information. And then what's going to happen after that is you're going to have Gaur Arti, and then you're going to go home. It's like, okay, what did I learn today? I've experienced that a lot. I'm a professional at it. The second thing is that, so you're only going to be able to retain 5% of information. But when you get active, you get enthusiastic, you get excited about learning, then you remember 95%. And the three questions that's going to come up to you is, what am I hearing? What does this mean to me? And what will I do about it? So this is not just an inspirational, motivational sort of format class. It's an opportunity for you to take your spiritual life serious. There's only so much sukriti you're getting out of just coming to the temple and just taking darshan. At some point, you've got to say to yourself that I want to become serious, Krishna. I want to become serious about my relationship with you. I want to become serious about advancement. I want to become serious about progress. Srila Prabhupada said that Krishna consciousness is simple for the simple, but complicated for the complicated. So please try and remain active. Try and remain proactive. If you have any questions, ask. And if I ask you to raise your hand, then you raise your hand because there's a reason I'm asking you to do that. they say that actually we all have the attention span of 5 seconds. So after 5 seconds, the mind starts to wander again. So first of all, what I want to start with is that something so beautiful that the philosopher Socrates once said, which he said, the more I know that I don't know. You see, the reality is, why do we need a spiritual master? Because we think we know it, but actually we don't know anything at all. And there's a really beautiful poem, which is called The Paradox of Our Time. And in that poem, it basically says that we have more degrees, but less sense. More knowledge, but less judgment. More experts, yet more problems. There's two kinds of knowledge. Are you with me? There's two kinds of knowledge. There's